I've got nothing to say.
It's you again. What is it? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than that. The loyal Titus feels...
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no...
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her. And you went and pushed her.
Titus Hardy! Everard personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad, listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that. We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works?
Understood? You've listened in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why once you listen to it.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try shoving it up your ass?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing. Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments it. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
You stare at the great door gunner megamix. If only you had a boot. The tape feels ominous. Upon it, the dead speak. This orange, you slip your finger if you want to try again.
Equip the pry bar.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank. This orange turning the crank feel it's all gone now. You'll never become a poet. Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box. The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and you...
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll...
What a shirt. All other...
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
You should.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among...
Hello again. How can I help you? Hello again. How can I help you?
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster. Had to take Pyrrolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now.
He's taken it for mental and emotional.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service. Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it after the, needless to say, a primitive nuclear reactor. An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. So much disappointment. No one's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor. The cleanup happened 15 years ago, so I came to Martinez. people. I like the theory more.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning.
The portal reel is just, you press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune, echoing in the, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost a click. Nothing to do with this right now. Immediately, the boombox tunes itself back to the Friday night beats. The portal reel is just what you needed. You push, command set, and...
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit, dogs and shit. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice one. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your portal reel. The tape stops spinning.
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Still.
There's more going on here than we know.
One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his? A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about. Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. Or maybe Kohoi is just merc talk for atrocity, slaughter. End of recording. I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony. At least to some degree.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again. The contrast feels chilly. In a
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our humans. Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And take it from someone who's been through a few...
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about... Yes, that...
You like the Capri funeral idea?
Are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building? What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that Everard and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too. Aye, if you say so. Probably better that way. I mean, who likes construction noise? Let's see. Who are you looking... Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Tequila Sunset. What's it about? Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the...
I got a freebie when I purchased a whole carton of cigarettes. Smoke cigarettes, get a free pen. Deals don't come any sweet.
The writing under the tiny crown logo reads, Royal Ex...
Thanks, Rosie. Hey, Abs.
Don't you? You call Abigail?
I need you to sign this document right here. It's important.
Don't call her.
Don't call Abigail. Great job, Abs. Nailed it. Glad to have been of assistance.
Feels like a 1,000 fucking real, man.
Don't call Abigail.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail this?
The old woman, the buzz of electric lights.
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. My suggestion is, don't. Don't grow any older than you already are.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel...
You take the legal documents.
Oh, hey, Wade, there's coffee in the back. Oh, too many times essay.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Don't sweat it, vato.
That is true.
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña. The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them, think they scared of me. Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to be. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness. It's all just for the mother, man. No, I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone. No, man, you gotta let that shit go. Then the mother's light touch will feel.
Do you remember your names?
The lieutenant is not particularly interested in this information.
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. Your place amongst your fellas. Your place in the world. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters. This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by... No. There's a new god in town, and she can be painted. Oh, she is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. I think they were, a long time ago.
The sinewy figure lingers.
I think we're done here, Essay.
That was, However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant.
The machine's keyboard is the speaker.
Good evening. Votre accident en Saint-Brune. Good, thank you. Please, good. Please repeat the password. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the votre accident, is there anything else I can do for you today? Sleep well.
The machine's keyboard is the printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. The first entry made on the arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder.
4th of February. Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local...
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup. When the
I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers. Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good.
The girl on the ice?
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door open. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizers here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her. After...
What is it? Yes. Or no. Not anymore.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad.
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager.
Nope. Yes. And? No, you're right. I'm not. I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. I use the AR-1 as my RAIM Prefect's processing unit. RAIM Prefect, my radio computer. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers. All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage and the operation has been surprising, but it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for... Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything.
She liked telling you this. It calmed her nerves.
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core.
Could you just... shh for a moment? Or get to the... They are connected to my RAIM Prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks. Great. You really like those questions, don't you? I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her person... The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does. But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts, in everyday parlance.
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the strange things may flourish in the dark.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an arc?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this. I know. No.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands type in hundreds of commands into the machine.
Great. Thanks. What? I hate it. Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober-minded... This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I'll take a guess, why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you?
Good luck. I'm not.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up. Yes? Yes? What's the deal? Oh man, who is he? What did you... Really? Huh, interesting. What's he doing in the church? No matter. Yeah.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major... I guess it's not a... Everyone is... Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about a programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who will you trust? A spooky programmer or us? We just want to make them... Feel the love! Get down and feel it! You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up... Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she see? I mean, this... What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a... Unity! Dance! And you can't just evict her? Look at you! No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to... If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy. The lines in the dark exist! At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what you just said.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath, you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
My associates? Sorry. Me? Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later.
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortune.
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever again.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it. Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery.
All right. Bring me the game's offside copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself. Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. Good. Then you might know that in the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you. It has red...
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
Wait, a note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov God, he was always so hell-bent, like it would have made a difference. The offside copy was perfectly safe when the data... And the heads... I won't even get into...
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or...
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse, whatever that means. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil. No.
The lieutenant coughs like he's a...
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets. It's a backup of my former employer. The backup itself is destroyed now. But I'm hoping... Thanks. And here's my Falsund multitool. You might need it to hack loose some ice.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the... The dented yellow mailbox greets you. Drop the white envelope. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing.
All right, let's go back to Evrart. If we don't mention any...
This orange machine is dead still. It has a turning the crank. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet. Or... Both cables are unplugged.
Container.
The axe.
Container. The
The look in its deep blue eyes. is as sincere as you've...
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, yes, yes. I leave. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir. Bye-bye now.
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside.
You can barely see through. The footprints on the floor, however. Definitely.
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite It's getting late, and...
Good night, officer.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it. The bed is comforting. Across the room, the heating system.
thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner. And every...
Recorded in you. Forever.
No, on and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising. Rising.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time. The last time.
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. You can never forget this shit.
Beautiful.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endlessness.
You'll go insane if you keep going like that.
For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry.
He's got no idea what he's...
Beep, beep, beep.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Good. You're up. It's a suspicion. Or a feeling, really. An earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What will those guys come up? Every day, things seem to spin more and more. Why? You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Like a committee, there is always swift, decisive action. Only your half-brother, the lieutenant, is there. Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité. Good luck. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor, so your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Stop, for crying out loud. There's no way to salvage this. Your hand refuses to move another millimeter. The water reflects back. This orange machine is dead still. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your child. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. This orange machine is dead still. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank. Ice squeaks beneath. This orange machine is dead still. Ice groans and howls under the darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out. You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it.
We should take it back to Miss Lucan and killed as soon as possible.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament?
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. Looks like it's the one. Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Wait, no. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this watch. What an intricate display of
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out. Sona doesn't reply.
Here, I found it. Hold on. Shh. Just give me a second. I'm almost
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly. Thank you. There, in the swallow. Think you can help me again? I need you to go move those water bolts for me. I need to double check my
What an interesting proposition. Truly.
Figure it out? Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions.
What? She only wants you to follow in.
Thanks.
It's awfully silent. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the... awfully silent. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls. It moves like a ghost. Without this task is an insult to your mental skills. Some water spills out of the bowl. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the...
Yes, what is it? Great. Everything should be aligned.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. I don't know. I mean, what sound does the nothing? What if silence is only what's around? Maybe I'm...
Let's think about this logically. Why would nothing be terrifying if it's, well, nothing?
Because it reminds us of death. And we humans tend to think that, yeah, you're right, let's do it.
The lieutenant takes, and then nothing happens. As so, you can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and...
Damn it! No, of course not. Nothing happened, let's...
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something.
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything.
Silence is silence? This can't be it. You should have a listen. All you hear is your own breathing, but there's something there. Ghosts. When was the last time this world had anything?
Well, did you hear anything?
It's awful. Measurement, it moved. This task is an the lead, it moved. The lead program.
Yes, great.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Yeah, if we got the location right, honestly, I don't know. I mean, what if silence is only what... Maybe.
Let's think about this logically.
Yeah.
The lieutenant, and then nothing happened. You can hear some small animal. She doesn't...
Damn it! No,
Despite her...
No. But this, you can try on...
Silence is... This can't be it. You should have a listen. Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his... And then the pressure changes. It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the act. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
A better sound system? Alright, but where?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the wall.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing... You mean the speed freaks? Of course, the speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Brilliant negotiating there.
Sure. Let me know how it goes.
Hi again. So,
Yes? What's the deal? We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of Nordic dance music. That's fine. We can manage. We appreciate it. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside.
Yes, what is it?
What? What? I can't hear you! The music is too loud! Oh, the project! It's not going well! There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mic. He doesn't listen to me! He only ever thanks! Let me know how it goes!
Yeah, it's all ecstatic vibrations. Now, the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honours, detective? You have? Well, what's the name?
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean?
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kinda gone, isn't it?
The past is the future, but the future... No, it's beautiful.
And short.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience. It feels good. It feels right. But what is this?
I'm dancing! Yes, my man!
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves?
Goodbye, officer.
A young man, as though he was supposed to be
Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibadee!
Your cop training. Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking path? The young man.
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent. Encore! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was no question.
You got us in.
With wonder
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority.
Yes, you're...
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor. A cell using her contact. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass.
Okay.
What he means is, you can't possibly have handed them this real estate for such a flimsy reason. Then again, whatever keeps your nose out of the bottle and on the job. She's whistling a
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates. Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the sauna, the programmer. She's sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favor. What do you want to know? What do you mean? Oh, that. I know that music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now. He basically just stands on the stage and...
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing. Anyway.
Actually, we don't know where he's from. One time we were out partying somewhere and Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning. All night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak. It was definitely Coal City. People were sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. You wish you'd been there.
Who do you want to know about? Sure.
The mother of human.
Back to the heavy hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent! All core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Is it though? One mind, one spirit. Club true, hard, full, it's hardcore! Skibadis.
Your cop training.
Club true, hard, hardcore! Yeah! Spinning out, and the amount of lyrics I got is a game.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. The mention of mañana gets his attention. They're friends? The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. Just one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits.
Of course, vodka. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea. Honestly, the place is a powder keg. He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew. He smiles and nods enthusiastically and chattering away in his language.
Vigilance officer? What can this all carry? Yes. The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil. I'm an old man.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
She?
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. It's a private matter. Nothing to do.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick.
I'm fine, goddammit. No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officers. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's most...
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any...
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Can we conclude the topic of my guard boost? Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Hey. Psst. Yes, you. Word on the street. Yes, you're ready to start building. So, what about all that communism you've promised to build?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of
What world?
the camera of her mind glides over?
Great bodies of water. There is a term of Elysium. It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk Petro-fascist. I am, after all, bourgeois and female. Hardly the perfect ambassador. A bird? Of course you're not, my dear. Ah. This is, or two, a pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings. But this one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. Splat, splat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush.
Wonderful. These are unimportant. What I am not.
Everyone wants to talk about themselves. She will.
The girl in the old lady rags looks like a sullen and rebellious. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and... All right, what next? Glad to have been of assistance. You have. And how did you like Mr. Clare? Of course. He must have his practical uses. How else could he have kept his position all these years? He could have kept it with corruption. Fantastic, worm-like corruption that reaches into the bowels of the earth.
The RCM does not pick sides in this, madame. I hope it doesn't come off any other way.
Of course. And I don't... How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be... Oh. That's so...
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear. When I said, be wacky, I didn't mean wildly.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean... Why, if I may ask? Why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough?
Yes, detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Very curious. A very curious thing to do.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things, man. And then...
A strange equanimity has overtaken the lieutenant. He's just...
What else? Sounds like he has you running errands, detective. Oh, ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
With longing. Clear and simple longing.
A youth centre with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him. I should be. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the...
She's sentimental, all right.
Yes.
She is more defensive.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Of course, until then, is there anything...
Hey, was there something you needed? Another thing. Great. I love those.
What wall?
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me. Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make...
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know.
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering... if you found pinball machines there... No, but we could... It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making... Sounds like he cares about the place. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the worthy. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tile work? These for 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers.
Good pick.
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation, maybe even a promotion. Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help. So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my... Yes?
It's you again. What is it? Smart boy.
Mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself. Oh, most of the guys are down at we're on a strike.
So no one is working?
Not everyone, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. Him and his boys stirred up something in town.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good. Oh, that one. Yes. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar... Actually, Miss Beaufort...
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those douce sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything. But she's a real nice girl.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like Dr. Lemaitre.
Law school? Could she?
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I...
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and it's like some red infection was spreading outwards. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers.
No, not really. Mister... Oh, I don't know, mister. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at... Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had people say us Ubies are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Mr. Dubois, every worker? That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. The golden boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children... You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun.
Judging from how happy he is, well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead. Why a war?
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1, and that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild...
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying. Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. It's already happening. Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've...
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have...
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperazole.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pirot.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. You know why you're such a good detective, Harry. You don't get side. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez. We're way past specific. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth. Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But an old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as...
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Why?
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at...
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for detail.
It sounds like a very disturbed and desperate individual.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore.
There it is again. The pigs. Like Roy said.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's...
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything...
She will be there.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
2,373 is a... And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
Great, Harry. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open. I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, stronger, stopped it, strike. I'm just gonna let you surprise. See you soon.
The tear machine. Your bottles clunk into the... You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of...
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
She puts her coffee cup with a soft ring. As the porcelain, this does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man. Where did they get this record?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via de-encryption station.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
The phrase was used.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line. Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. No. I'm pretty sure he did all those things, and then had to internalize them to keep on living. Until they just...
She's quite observant about the human character, trained to observe, even.
People who go to university know how to use words like internalize and integrate. Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke.
Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Your mother probably never told you this, but had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be in Kohoi. I would be tearing it up Soldier of the Apocalypse stuff.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed...
There is a small measure of pride in her that she could quell. What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Yeah? Yeah. The contamination spreads from room to room. For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial SAD spill in there.
Somewhere below, military-grade SAD is dripping off the walls.
Cool. I think I'm developing. All right.
Like, for example...
Actually, officer, I didn't know his...
A nickname?
I guess. He came from
Lelystad. That's a good start. It just occurred to me, colleague. The questions I have assume some kind of foreknowledge on our part. I suggest we go and perform it now, and read... All right, but quickly.
The young woman nods in silent approval. She looks back. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will see through deceit. You are advised. There are muscles on long... Miss Aranye Disco Dancer. You want to put your hand on her back and feel it arch. Nothing. Just time passing. You are not a fool. Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. She presses her elbows against her waist and slowly turns her head. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound, almost imperceptible. The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
Not my favorite topic, but okay. How about we,
It's you again. What is it? And that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape. Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine? People are supposed to be like that?
Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man. This is definitely personal.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No good goddamn psycho whore.
Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second chance to play along. She still didn't.
Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawmen?
Yeah, they're all queers. Can't bump, hard fist, or anything.
It's alright, Glenn. I just thought, I thought anyone would come around if they heard that shit. Apparently I was wrong.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
He wanted her to see the man for what he was. Now that you know,
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his shit. It's cool now. I asked for your opinion, not a bedtime.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us.
Fantastic. So now, you remember how to do your job. I'm so sick of this piss.
Yeah, guys.
Why? Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. Handled him. She got into some stupid shit with...
Yes, we heard all about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her.
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal, remember? I know you're tired. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you, them, and next time you see her, tell her, that lying, scamming, we're done.
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can. into a small puddle.
What is this quiet funeral shit?
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Clausia is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it. All of them really good.
No, we fucking ain't, asshole. No one's fiddling.
No, Glenn. I want to hear this. Who do you think is fucking fiddling me?
I think you're losing it, Fiddleman.
No. This fucking clown is trying to get to me. This ain't gonna work with Titus Hardy.
He'll put the fiddle down. Put it down, officer.
I do not understand. This fiddle play totally fell apart. The concept was solid, but the delivery tragically off. You said...
We're close. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All car! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large...
Hardcore! Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was a question? We're close. True, hard, hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All car! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Ah! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
To the mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary! What kind of a cable does she use? Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter.
Oh no. We're going to be in this church for...
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
Great! Someone got through to him. Oh,
everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the on-off for just a sec for a special scheduled event. The on-off will be back, but we're doing something else for... All right!
Yes, what is it?
okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum! Maximum is the only...
I know.
Pump it to the brick!
See? He pumps it to the Heartmaster. It's hopeless. Of course it is.
Yeah!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready. Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside, no waves, no floor. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people.
Guys, what's going on? It's getting louder.
In the basins, the water looks like it's...
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire...
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window.
Come down to earth!
Below it, all the base grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing. It's shaking the building's foundation.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Beautiful car!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor. The place is gonna come down.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed.
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive... This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere. And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore. You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think...
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after...
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe...
That it wasn't her fault.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send...
It was very hard not to.
I promise, officer. Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martin.
You have an explanation for all this. Someone you don't know enough about the world. But that Joyce, if...
The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great. Thanks.
It's you again. What is it?
Convince Titus he's being manipulated? Bad idea. Bringing her up will do no good. You should know by now. Fat Angus, the powerful guy, Mr. All Muscle. Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinet.
Huh?
He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Goddamn right. Don't come around if you're not...
Fuck you. I'm not from around.
There we go. Don't come to the Wild North if you are not white enough.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We just couldn't get him down, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
What just happened between these two? You're in. He's all yours. Questions? He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult.
At least you'll know what to look for now, when you get around to doing the autopsy.
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them?
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
Glacier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement, but...
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
Not yet. Just, I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns. Training. Years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away. And these theories, not bad. Don't buy either one, but still, this guy's not as dumb as he looks.
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the two girls? He may be talking about the other one.
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message. Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
A little too far there, but you're definitely...
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. We're Hardy Boys. Glad you understand that. You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. They can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her from the old world, where she came from. They're powerful, connected to the Lantern. She's clearly afraid for her life.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. Me too. You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go, Klausya, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now.
Still, after all this headache.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of...
We'll take that into account.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below isn't. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth. Too late. It's until a pool of vomit lies. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool.
It's okay. Happens to... The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white...
Is this...
She looks up from her...
Yes. What we have is there, in the medicine cabinet. Go.
A small cabinet on the wall is...
Okay. Don't, like, over...
There he still is, looking right through. There he still is, looking at the ammonia. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears. There he still is, looking. There he still is, looking right. You crack open the ammonia ampoule and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's...
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you. These are clearly not boots. They're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal! What's wrong with you, asshole?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a...
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by pulling on the deceased foot?
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tap. Suddenly, your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally. From
faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate like the scales of some ancient... The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt.
We should have a look at that belt before we even consider taking him down.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the...
Industrial strength. The kind used for tying cargo to...
Like in a circus. When the circus leaves town and they tie a black-spotted giraffe to the...
Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of the...
The cadaver slowly an intricate web. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol? Your fist clenches suddenly. Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now, it disintegrates.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomic...
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering.
So am I.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open.
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper. Roll it.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. This was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter to us. Now, if you could find someone to decipher it. Here, a souvenir. Don't look.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world. These eyes used to be blue. Dark brown hair grows on his head. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features.
I'm gone. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past. I'm a joke. There is nothing funny about joke. A killer. Go ahead. What do you mean? It's the power of your... imagine. Go ahead. Because your lost Copodopo would have been so prima. Do I remind you of something? No, not quite. You sure are gonna come back later, Corpo.
He doesn't actually think that...
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the bed without assistance. And if...
An acrobatic maneuver would solve this situation. Nothing can go wrong with a good maneuver. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of...
Of course. You come back later, Corpo.
As you narrow, this is a trick. Only the lower extremities.
I see it. His neck too.
The monster comes back into...
So, what do you think? Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypothesis supports it. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. I do. Most of them are post.
Stop talking in riddles, cunt.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
To purposefully mislead us. The pool, the victim.
The fuck is...
Talking about shit.
Maybe.
But there is no breath to catch. Only...
Yes, we do. I have thought of that. Also, my MC has a sloped roof. It's a sports model. The roof is slippery.
He could come up with at least 4 more reasons why not to trample on the roof of his sports model motor carriage.
How about I take you, piggyback?
The fuck are these pigs talking about?
Oh, they're bank or something. Oh, it's fucking boring, Kuno. Wish they'd fuck already.
Pig, why you gotta disrespect my girl?
Fuck that banana poika in the ass, Kuno.
I wasn't actually implying I would. I meant...
It's a fucking hilarious idea. You two puskapas get on top of each other and fuck.
Climb up there and...
It seems unclimbable, cause the ladder is treacherously rotten. But you could use your hands and...
Honestly, I prefer a non-acrobatic solution to this. Clown cops climb tree, fall down. Enraged cop assaults children after falling from... Cretin cop. They like that word.
Fuck yeah, climb that shit, monkey.
See, you're only making them do those things less.
What I'm proposing is...
Oh, these have got to be the most fucking boring mulkapats I've ever seen.
Someone else? You mean like... the police? Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news for... I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need... I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case.
I would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda, but what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Yeah! Bang bang time!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that...
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to...
What else can we do?
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? You're testing Kuno.
Get lost!
Kuno doesn't...
Yes? I'm glad to hear it, Detective. If you ask me, it's high time for you to set aside these frivolous side tasks and focus 100%. Why are you pronouncing it like that gentleman from the Institute? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for? But isn't that your... no. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee. Simple. In any event, you know who might be. If I were trying to get in touch with the coalition... Now, Was there anything else?
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled.
Yes, we do. Okay, they do have the tools and the man. And since it looks like they put him there... okay, let's do it in the lousy, dangerous way. Hooray for us.
Went native on the...
Wrong. You did the right thing with Measurehead. The ballerina antics...
Let's talk about our right to work.
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dark. You see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. He spent a month behind enemy lines.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get real.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach. The story must have stirred up some conflicting emotions. The man looks tired for a second. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
Go ahead.
All right, now. Free commerce! Keep the...
On the photo in your hands, the dead...
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today?
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree.
Oh my! Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in—
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, the cop who bested you in physical combat is here, and he has a little dead body in a tree problem. Namely, he needs it to be taken down. You can find Luke down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you, now that he's back on his feet.
Do not presume this has drastically altered our race dynamic. Our personal dynamic has changed. He means very little. So it was. You bested me in race combat to reach my superior.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a but. But, while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That would mean you're openly showing the people that you're taking the Union's side.
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it down ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race, babe, see that they stay here the whole time. The woman's gaze follows.
So, you guys are like cops or something? Cool. I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guard...
Spoken by a mercenary pretending to be a worker.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuhn. The man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him. The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and farewell, ham sandwich. corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy. Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Maybe I was getting my rocks off. It's a mishmash, Copabolo. You think I'm Messinian, don't you? No. My hair is too light a shade of brown. My eyebrows, too. You think I am. You think I was a racist because this lump looks military and do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you? Captain Copper...
He didn't choke himself. You know it.
Come back later, Corpo.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I mean when I need you to. Until then, I should handle physical contact. That's right.
You knew it. Yeah, we got the... rotting man. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. The dead man stares in silence as above those, an 11-field info form needs...
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The
KK57-0803.0815.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57, that's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Next. We've heard the nom de guerre. Lely. It's bet. What's next? NA. Roughly 50.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side. He nods.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Fucky fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and...
We're still going with March 4th. 5th. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable.
KK57.
I'm not seeing anything yet, but we know there's tampering here. Write down. Good.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row. Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 state.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer...
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing. What?
The boots are ceramic. Vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short. Lividity appears consistent with hanging, but is not. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head and chest, consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's...
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters. The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much...
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow. Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. That he was dead. Yes. They moved fast. This is a good treatment. Chest is intact. Normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia...
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count. covering about 30% of his...
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
Last item, hands.
His flesh is cold, icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name? I'm only fucking with you. Nothing does. We should do this more often.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling. Not particularly. Him being dead when they...
It is very hard to struggle when you're dead.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man?
You don't even have a joke.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat, and you hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh. Like...
Yeah, Jack, that fuck!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his... No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration.
There are ancient mysteries down there.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary. NA. Ah. Are you a hepatobiliary expert? Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. NA. Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there, like a toxicology screening. Cardiovascular. The body exits. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer? Fatal injury by seagulls? Yes, it's... That's right. What's next? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator
At maximum velocity, fucko!
has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuna. His coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest. Where?
Right. Next? Nothing. Just in case.
The corpse lay slouched to the side.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Oh yes, Kobo. Just a small gulp away. My beloved Kobo. Come back later, Kobo.
Alright. Bite marks, contusions on head and chest. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measure. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
That's right. No clawing marks on the neck. No signs of struggle on the crime scene. And a witness statement from the perpetrators all confirm. That's it. Field autopsy done, detective. All that remains is to see if the alleged cause of death, the bullet, is truly lodged in his brain. I'll leave that to you, colleague.
Oh yeah. Don't let him ask twice. Dig in, son.
Seriously, I can just back him and drive him to the morgue anytime you tell.
Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark. His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball like you're on the right track. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. You see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No large and abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Abrasion collar.
Kuno is silent. A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide.
The fuck is happening?
Ah, shit, see?
Yes, that's what this part is. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. The bullet has torn apart his reptilian complex. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. The undulations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet. The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen.
Fucking cavity, see?
Quivering with. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin. This must be the bullet. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush. You pick the sharp metal bullet between your index and middle finger.
My pig's fucking got it?
What? What is it?
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful with a plop. Your hand emerges from the mouth, covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower. A blossom made of lead.
Fucking beautiful!
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes.
A non-calibre. Rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact. Of course, you deserve it. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. Hot opinion, fatal injury. And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3, ligament mark. Treatment. It's obvious the Hardy Boys tampered with it. Yes, we should take a closer look at it.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that...
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening. We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. I'll leave that choice to you. And what?
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
All right. I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
An intricate web of blue. It still kind of looks like a map of the... For you to someone close to the victim, gone. The bullet is safe. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad. Like a tiny... The squished... I know. You should find the gun that shot this bullet. That sounds like something a police detective would do. Then find the gun that shot it and the person that gun belongs to. He used... The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out. You can just about make... It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are far away. Lieutenant Kitsuragi is flipping through stations in his Kanina.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you.
I understand. I didn't lie. Not a lot. I've done...
'Tis true. The lady hath...
It was a mistake. I'm sorry for we...
This is good. Is it? Something is off. Shush. I can't hear what she's saying. Let the miss speak. She's tall and thin and tired.
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. out of the shit I'd gotten into. I sense you're being sarcastic.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon. The Pearl, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Aranye, the old one.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Just business, but bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will kill me, officer. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb.
A great pain moves through her. A dark...
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of...
You were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death.
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would...
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh. So am I. 11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight. Not as much as usual. He'd done a line.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off. Much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines. Just to clear my head. No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection.
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets. When he was shot? I may have. I don't know.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and...
Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader. The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer. Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
They tampered with the body to disguise the cause of death.
Yes. Ruby said the blood in him would look like a hanging. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. He carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something somewhere?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal.
She takes a drag, then glances over her shoulder.
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from Looskop. They don't fuck things like last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tit.
You should have another look at that window after. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods, silent. You're not done. She lied to you, and she's a flight risk. Wake up, man.
Ah, yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer. Wow. Elysium.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording.
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music. I can't say. Probably not. Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them. Were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on. I don't know about that. A slow, sad song started playing. Like organ music on... Yes, there was a church in there. That it doesn't matter anymore, and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet. Don't be. I was going out later anyway. Then you started screaming and trashed the place. No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out. There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I went out afterwards. No problem, sir. Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or what? There was an older woman on the other end.
That is the emergencies desk. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk.
I can give you the time, too.
You sense a little hesitation there. Or maybe, welcome to the wake-up club, brother.
Okay. Thank you.
She slowly. You are. This is not the end of this. This window is pristine on the inside. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy, like the witness said. The man looks directly at the woman. From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes fast. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. 72%, with a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to... That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing. According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper, 1.2 kilometers away. The least like 1 kilometer away. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. It is possible that it came from B. You can't know for sure until you investigate those locations. The lieutenant would probably agree that, in this situation, this is not the cleanest bathtub. That soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you. The bathtub Slowly, the water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely, and so tired. The cans continue to bob, as do your thoughts, aimlessly splashing up against the sides of the waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. This fan has it been consigned there as you swoop up and catch the... What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5 different patterns. If it's your friend, why was it up there? An ominous, foreboding feat.
Yes? What is it? Me.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Wow. Now what do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with the face in your head. There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of an outfit, maybe. The police of animals. Yes, of course, you don't have to. You can talk about anything you...
Watch out for you.
That voice.
It's you again. What is it? Why? Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of shit on anyone. And now Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller.
And fuck you too, moral
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit.
Because she was here.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
No.
The window Clausia gave for the time of death was from 11:30 to 12:15.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that...
That's probably for the best. Don't break your...
And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically...
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
How? People say there was a pinball.
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place.
Okay, but how'd you get up? And how does she come into it? That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? I've seen the winch. That's wall mystery down there. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby. Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Wow, man, can we?
That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine.
All right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else? Footprints. Recent. That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take it. Good news is, I'm still listening. Why not? Maybe from the coast. But like I said, 72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab? No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science call.
Those numbers were an ass pull, man.
Yeah, and they don't put hair on the roof either.
I don't like guessing, Cole. No one does. Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was...
No, the ribbon was old. Faded. It had been there for 20 years at least.
And then put it back. Why?
It doesn't fit well, but it fits. And he knows.
I don't like... Quit jumping.
No, the ribbon was old.
Why?
It doesn't fit well, but it fits. And he knows it.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it? Also inoperable?
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay. I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it.
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
You lost your gun?
What? Tell me, did you lose it before the murder? Of course not. And Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
I don't know, cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This isn't
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Like fuck she was.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if...
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs. The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good. Silence. The old man in a very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would. Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation. I told you. You. Yes, you. The cop with the sideburns and the disco.
And a hole in his heart. That first.
Sure. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other. Open them up.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now...
Silence. He not...
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus, she's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry. So
good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand.
Yeah, Al. And
she's not really a Hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little. On the coast. More precisely, on the coast. Past the waterlog. She's not here. So, I'm thinking. Sure, there's some shit houses there. A cinderblock town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up. Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. The what now?
She said she's building a...
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and...
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Hail something.
It feels like you'll get to know soon enough.
It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM sergeant material. No, he... sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. You finally stop. Time passes. The bright sun blazes. Time passes. You wonder how your gun is. This case is unsolvable. Time passes. You wonder how your gun... Time passes. The sun draws ever...
The waves are beginning to die down.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? But until that happens... Oh? Who? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing. Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone. Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Our tenant, the policeman. Nay, I haven't seen anyone. This is my little...
She's being evasive. She knows something.
No, it's not like that, man. With him, there's not much to tell. People come in.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
Not much. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? The ecclesiastics have tried to get things going there, but things just keep happening.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. Huh. And now, suspicious-looking people are...
Those would be the dance music enthusiasts in their tent.
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place. Now, what? Used to be, and now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Just us. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap, a blank here for you.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find. She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth. It's getting cold, this late in the night. As you look at the floorboards. The edge of a floor, hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like something bad. Someone's night thoughts. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you.
Our tenant, the policeman. Damn that girl. Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out.
I cleaned it, like I always do. No. She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So No, she was mostly silent. She tried not to let it show. But I could tell. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent.
You could ask her about your hunch.
Do tell. That bad? Is it? Yes. Early with a...
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up.
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieu she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff.
She may simply have kept the equipment elsewhere.
I don't know.
It's a peninsula. She might...
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived. Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater.
The Feld electric neuron. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
One thing...
She really means it.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself...
Put your hands where I can see them.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Suspect is on the loose. Suspect at large. Officer, that one extra lick with a baton or extra knee strike above was what?
In her mind, you're under control now. The next moment, you'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
It's a goddamn police shitbag. Cut the pavement. You're under arrest.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her. She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer, a lower-ranking police officer.
What? Sir?
With a swift, poorly coordinated move, the woman slams the megaphone and...
Officer compromise! Unlawful impersonation! Pigs en route!
Okay, She's actually more agitated now. My bad.
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Back up. Back up. Back up. Status unconfirmed.
No. Oh, no. No. I thought Mr.
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to...
Law enforcement compromised. Impersonating a police officer.
Does she not believe you're actually a police officer?
License and registration. License and registration.
It's not a code, just disjointed words. Here's the plan. Shine the light straight in her eye and immediately dart right. The light will blind her, allowing... No, that won't be necessary. Look closer. The gun, all 3 barrels, red and blue light shining through. It's not.
What? This isn't a police issue. Police weapons have bullets. Police gun-throwers have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore.
Okay, you need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there. The catatonic woman, especially now that she's unarmed, doesn't seem to be a threat to anyone but herself. The catatonic woman doesn't understand. It's a shame. Recognition from an actual police officer would probably mean a lot to her. Too bad she'll never know.
Please leave the radio on. Mr. Moran is on chat.
Reflex to what? Being left alone? Exactly. With only the voice of Gareth Morand, she stands motionless. Just a heap. As you hold it in your hand, it's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. There is no why. You see, a slogan used to intertwine. The wind whispers. You see, a slogan above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls. There's something in the wind. Sometimes you try to peer in, but there are... Lieutenant Kitsuragi stands in front of him, the long abandoned... A few low poor things.
The Copper NATO is back. What do you want? What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now? Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun.
No? Well.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it?
I don't remember. I was fucking...
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? No problem.
Sure enough, we're the...
Hi again, Gendarme. Oh, a committee. And if I may ask, Gendarme, what is the...
He's all bemused skepticism. He doesn't actually care what you want with...
God, of course it is. My friend is always trying to convince me I need a little more, as though I don't have enough going on already. In any case, I would love to help. But the thing is, I don't know where he is. We don't talk about everything. He might have mentioned something about making a tour of some historical sites up the coast. In an unofficial capacity, of course. I guess you will. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Not as such. Looks like they were here a while. Judging from all the bottles.
I'll just keep the Corda Lacey in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. Hello, detective. It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself. Nothing, really. I've had...
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in...
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. All right. Politics. Real men. Real politics. Real thoughts in your head.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
It's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy. The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded.
Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're in Celindian, Isola. I'm guessing you don't know then. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. It's a pity. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit.
This story she will tell only before she leaves.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're...
She reaches for the photo, takes it for about half a minute, and she wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured. Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move. She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century, over 300 years ago. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver...
Where is he now?
The times have changed. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoal. Then he made his way Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on... I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic
Somewhere in an office lit by a single green desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in a ledger on his... In Martinez, looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the...
That makes sense to me. We have... Is there anything else I can help you with?
row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A host of they stand ordinary. Leech it, maybe you should change it. 7 men of duty, overpriced mercenaries putting down a cold. There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. And dangerous. Dangerous too. Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a... In the distance you can hear the breakers roar. The salty water has corroded the ladder to nothing but too thin. It does look extremely rickety, and wouldn't to warm his hands before he pulled the trigger. There are no markings on the ground for a tripod. A smoking assailant who favors Timotiri to Austria or Duhan. Still, you felt it was important enough to make a mental note. That there, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, it's late. There is no light on the 3rd floor of the whirling.
waves are beginning to die down. Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
It's getting late. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap. On the table, you see a bowl of water. The bed is comforting. The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone?
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who...
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Black water under the bread is much, much worse than that.
Don't tell him, sister.
They're right. This is their function. To keep you from it.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage.
In hell, an ancient sadness, brother.
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back into...
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and...
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
A snazzy, shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang...
Yeah, tribal.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property.
It's just theoretical work, Copper.
I can tell you who we're not, Cop.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, Cop Man, is...
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange.
You don't know?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
The skulls are
the nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into...
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swag.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock. Or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted, bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive. Murder? Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about.
Also, he was hanged. He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean...
These punks don't know anything.
Hey! Stop right there! How does one know anything?
Fucking philosophy, man.
Like murder or waste.
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
For all their nihilistic posturing, there isn't a hint of hate in them. It's like the lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient to...
Oh man, yeah! We're not fucking kids, man!
Be wary.
It's a threat. An impotent threat of violence.
That's right.
What is wrong with you? Now you're just empowering.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. The skull symbolizes the...
They're called skulls because when you are shot dead in the middle of the street, the skull is the only part the stray dogs want to eat.
Just trust me and follow my lead. No reply. The other one shuffles uncomfortably, nevertheless continuing to steal glances at the lieutenant's motor carriage.
Mm-hmm. What about them?
Like I said before, to catch a fish you'll need to hurl the lure many times. You get more fish in a shorter time. And for time is of the... Because when one...
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point.
Mm-hmm.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. The prick is gone. I can barely believe it. But, hell, most likely, he was an absolute cunt. His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but...
Did he feel like he has to prove he can still pull his weight?
Guess he was about to head home, cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the job... No. René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would...
He has doubts. But right now, he just wants to move on and not think about it.
Yes. We are both very...
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But do not...
Despite their differences, these men played such a significant part in each other's lives that now that one of them is gone, the other feels...
I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal
This is the coupe.
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with the motor carriage. A dark lump rises in the cabin. You see...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Sorry, but 10-4. Anything else, sir? Over. 10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
As you tap on the...
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights.
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again?
Let's see. I wrote down the nickname Lelystad. We have questions that might help solve some gaps in our field autopsy.
The young woman cranes her neck. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
He was 42.
42? Are you sure?
He had many scars that made him appear older. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Points are good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
It isn't.
There is no challenge without competition.
That's too conceptual for me. I just like...
Blue. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his...
Yes. Severe. It made him...
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember.
It was light brown, almost blonde. Oh, that.
It's clear she liked it.
Sure. Waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, and so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what...
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself. Change of topic, perhaps? A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet. Barbiturates, amphetamine, sildenafil. How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can...
It's quite expensive, miss. But we'll manage without your help for...
Ignoranie, officer.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the...
Her eyes follow yours. She doesn't mind this questioning. On the contrary.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. Wait, stop. That man, below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity. How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. You could ask either one of them.
Huh. How?
She's buying time to formulate the best answer.
I don't know. 1, 2.
You're not.
Sure he is. You know.
Yes, but for him that number is higher than 40.
Wait. This requires scientific to the laboratorium. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you? Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of 100-sided dice, made of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a naturally occurring magnet, to complement your magnetic personality? 10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours. Great, see you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they soul. Yeah, you have. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire?
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
She throws you a conspiratorial glance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gun. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red.
What is it with these skulls and cooperation? This door is made of no one answers.
Let's go.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. More old bullet holes. Half a century at least.
Bullet holes generally look the same, so probably. But you're right. More old bullet holes, plenty.
Trying to sneak up.
A lorry, the smell of cigarette. There's something odd about the passenger seat. These are one of them. There's definitely perfume in the air. The actress is a feeling of tenderness. The actresses and the rear. Voila.
Bonne prise. Best not to disturb.
The stack of maps looks just like before. You close the right. This is the night watchman's booth. The name on take it. It's just there. Generally speaking.
I suppose René is not going to be needing it anymore. It's a bit too colorful for my taste, though. Fantastic.
Hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting, just like we talked about before. I know Mr. Evrat doesn't really want me to talk to people about... Sure, mister. What...
Mr. Dubois, I prefer my police officers old-fashioned like that, with a gun. You can do so many things with a gun that you can't do without one. Now, what can I help you with? Most certainly, Harry. So they shot him?
He was shot in the head before he...
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into that yard. What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If any... By all means, Harry, what's on your mind? I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. So, what's on your mind? Very nice, Harry. Is there anything else?
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, "Feld Electrical." Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand trying to talk to the wind. The city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there in the pale, is trying to talk to the city, something you've done before, a prayer of sorts. To Rivershaw.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an... And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't... Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can, and then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place, I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. An adventure awaits. An adventure. Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath. Flow in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
Okay, why? So, how do we get in there?
Finally, my time to shine.
Because I hope you didn't mean to climb the ladder. It's...
A rusty ladder leads.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining... In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. Okay, what if you were to do something more astral projection? Be open-minded about this. An old pipe. A building like this must have... Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around...
He means the pipe must be coming from. The lieutenant's face lights up.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
Oh yeah, big boy time. This needs you to put your back into it.